Roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingham. Senator Frazier.
Here.
Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Latner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Pope. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by the Reverend John Johnson, who is the pastor of the Morning Star Baptist Church here in Jackson, Mississippi, and a guest of Senator Frazier. And Senator Frazier will then do the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Johnson.
Let us pray together. Eternal and gracious thou art God, Master, we bow in humble submission to thank you for this day, a day in which you've made, oh God. We come rejoicing and glad in it. And God, with this new day, oh God, you give us new energy, oh God, to begin even an old work, oh God. God, I ask this morning, oh God, that you would release your presence in this place, that you would fill this house, oh God, with your presence and with your power. And oh God, with your power, oh God, you allow us to release all of those anxieties, for your word says to worry for nothing, but in all things by prayer and supplications and thanksgiving, make your requests be made known unto God, and the peace of God, which surpasseth all understanding, shall keep our hearts and our minds in thee. And oh God, we thank you for your peace today. We thank you for the paths in which you orchestrated today, oh God. For your word says, trust in the Lord and lean not in thine own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge you, and you shall direct our paths. And so God, we pray in this unified body, oh God, that you will bulldoze the way, that it may be clear in the minds of those who are gathered here today. And then God, lest we forget anything else, God, we pray that your promises will be fulfilled. For your word says, and we know that all things work together. And sometimes, God, it doesn't look look good, and sometimes it doesn't feel good. Even the report doesn't even sound good. But we know that you are causing it to work together for our good. And Master, oh God, I pray even after 4 months, oh God, that today you will do something awesome among this Senate on today, oh God. And God, I pray for each of them individually as collective. Bless their families as they are away from their families. And I pray that the anointing of the Holy Spirit will lead and guide us in this day. And then as they work, oh God, I pray they forget not that we do the work for the state of Mississippi. Oh God, from South Haven to Pascagoula, oh God, from Greenville all the way over to Columbus, oh God, all of the cities and counties that are included. We work for all the people of the state of Mississippi. And oh God, I pray that you would use them in a mighty way, oh God, to conquer all that needs to be done, that ultimately your name may be praised, your name may be glorified. And God, we thank them for what they're doing, but most of all, we thank you for what you shall do. And we ask it all in that mighty name of he that is able. It's in his name we pray. Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Reverend Johnson. Thank you, Senator Frazier. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with reading of the journal.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests, Senate. Introduction of guests. Senator Robinson.
Hey. Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the South Gallery, please make welcome Susan Girard, CEO of the Mississippi Children's Museum, along with Sarah Skelton, Monique Ely, and Angela Mitchell, on the occasion that the Mississippi Children's Museum has been recognized as the third best children's museum in the country. Let's welcome these folks. Please stand. Mr. President, may I have the Senate Resolution 138 read?
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution number 128, a resolution commending and congratulating the Mississippi Children's Museum for being recognized as the third best children's museum in the country by USA Today 2024 Reader's Choice Travel Awards. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Mississippi Children's Museum for being recognized as the third best children's museum in the country by USA Today 2024 Reader's Choice Travel Awards, and extend the congratulations of the Mississippi Senate to the staff, Board of Directors of the museum for this high honor. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Mississippi Children's Museum President Susan Girard, forwarded to the Mississippi Arts Commission, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Senator Blunt for passing the resolution to Susan. And Susan, thank you for all that you all do for the children of Mississippi. The Children's Museum inspires excellence and lifelong learning, and there have been over 2 million guests tour the museums. It is such an honor to have people from across the country to recognize the Children's Museum. Congratulations and thank you for your good work. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Susan, we really appreciate you and your staff, all that y'all do, taking our children or grandchildren by there and seeing what all you've done, not only here, but in Meridian. This is just a tremendous asset for the state, so thank you for everything. I noticed Senator Blunt immediately ran to be taking a picture with y'all, and I can understand why. So thank you very much. Okay, one of Mississippi's real assets, y'all, and we're real proud of him. Senator Branning.
For an introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, I have my friend, the Mayor of Carthage, Miss Laurie Henderson, visiting with us. Please help me make Mayor Henderson welcome to her capital today.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, introductions. Seeing none, we're going to go to the calendar of Senator Kirby. Start item 1, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend, well, I don't need to suspend the rules. I'd like to take up items 1 through 5. Well, I do want to suspend the rules and take up items 1 through 5 in block and ask that the titles be read.
1 through 5, Senate in block. Anyone wish to remove one? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 127, commend East Central High School Ladies Hornets Golf Team for first ever 5A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 128, recognize Mississippi Children's Museum for USA Today National Award. Senate Resolution Number 129, remember the legacy of legendary Mississippi football coach Bob Tyler and extending sincere sympathy on his passing. Senate Resolution Number 130, commend and congratulate South Panola High School junior varsity cheerleaders on winning MHSAA Game Day State Championship. Senate Resolution Number 131, commend Belmont High School Lady Cardinals girls basketball team for winning MHSAA 3A State Championship.
Thank you. Usual motion, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, items 1 through 5, as you can see, are all commending resolutions and even the Children's Museum. So, Mr. President, they've all very deserving, and the Rules Committee approved each, and I would ask for use of morning roll call for final.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill is passed. Item 6, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 6, SCR number 549. That's title will be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 549, Legislature, suspend deadlines for Senate Bill Number 2753, 2024, regular session.
Thank you. Usual motion, Mr.
Senator
President.
makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a concurrent resolution suspending the deadlines for the purpose of permitting further consideration, filing, and adoption of a conference report on Senate Bill number 2753, known as the SAFER Act. We passed this bill with a very strong vote the first time that we brought this up at Senator Harkin's bill. It's a good bill. It got hung up somehow in conference on the House end. I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, they've also now done a resolution that they wanted to bring it back up in conference. And we felt like, the Rules Committee felt like it was a Senate bill, Senator Harkin's bill, and we should have a Senate resolution. So, Mr. President, no questions asked for use of morning roll call.
Question, Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Kirby. Will you allow questions? Senator Simmons,
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby, I know we considered last week a suspension resolution extending the session, and we had some concern expressed in the chamber regarding that. Do you think it's one of the bills that we can just pick up and start next year after we balance?
I can't hear it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Now I can
Okay,
hear
I'm
you.
sorry. I said last week we actually had a suspension resolution to extend the session, and and we had some concerns from the floor regarding that. Do you think this is one of the measures, since we had a strong vote, that we can just pick up and pass at the beginning of next session, or consider at the beginning of next session, when you balance the effect of extending the session, which a lot of members have expressed have already been here and retired and ready to get back home to our families and to our jobs?
Senator, I can tell you that that this bill was not intended to die in conference. The House did not intend it, I don't believe, intended to kill it in conference, but they didn't sign it. And so this probably, to a lot of our constituents and to a lot of people in this chamber, is the most important bill that we brought up. And so it is highly unusual. Matter of fact, I can't remember a general bill us taking up on a suspension resolution, but we've never had a bill of this significance that passed, that failed, that everyone was for, or not everyone, but by far the majority. This bill only passed 40-12 here. I think yesterday on the House suspension resolution, they had very few people that voted against it then. So I have no doubt that our intention and the intention of this Senate and of the majority of the House was to pass this bill, to bring it out of conference, and then to approve the conference report.
And I'll end with a friendly question. You said that this bill was the most important bill to whom? You say this bill is the most important bill of this session to whom? Who do you say is the most?
I said to a lot of our constituents, this bill is, and to a lot of our senators, this is one of the most important bills that we pass.
Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Right,
thank you, Mr. President.
There's no further questions. No further questions. Ask for use on the roll call.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Wiggins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. And I have a couple procedural questions and then that. And you know I love you. You're my desk mate. But procedurally speaking, if we vote for this, then the bill goes back to committee. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. The bill, and it says in the suspension resolution, the bill goes back to conference.
Goes back to conference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I heard, and so, which means, and correct me if I'm wrong, that means for further negotiation. Is that right?
It means
further negotiations in conference.
It does mean further, but my understanding is that the conferees of the House are more than willing to sign it.
Well, no, because I heard the chairman on the radio this morning saying they want their bill, not what we had discussed.
I didn't know they had a bill.
They want to continue further negotiations when it has been pointed out that we, the Senate, had this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they want to continue further negotiations.
Well,
did you hear the radio this morning?
I didn't hear the radio. I don't listen to it that much usually, but I do know what the conference committee told me here was that on deadline right before 8 o'clock that they came over finally after trying to get in touch with them several times at 7:30 right before 8 and said, tell me about this bill. What does it do?
That's right. And you know why? Because at 20 minutes till 8, they wanted to put treble damages as a trial lawyer bill into the bill. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and to my knowledge, they did not offer us another conference report.
Well, no, but we offered a conference report that all three conferees signed and sent it down there, and they chose not to sign, which reflected the position of the Senate.
You know, Senator, I wasn't on the conference report. I only know what Chairman Harkins and some others have told me happened. And
so speaking of Chairman Harkins,
I don't know. I don't know all that. I just know we're doing a suspension resolution to get it back in conference, And then if you don't like the conference report, then you can vote against it. But
Well, I guess that's what I wanted to point out is that we have stated, and Chairman Harkins, whose bill it was, and is the property of Judiciary A Committee, have said that we were not going to enter into any further conversations because of what they were trying to do, and it was not a conservative bill in the sense of the trial lawyer
well,
items.
of course, he said 20 to 8. He didn't have a lot of time. Plus, I think he had a lot of other bills to do at the same time. So,
Has the House agreed to take the Senate position on the bill?
yeah, well, I mean, I don't. Once it goes to conference, anything can happen. I don't know.
Which also
let's try to keep this bill alive and send it back to conference. That's all.
So we could, if we pass the resolution, we can go into conference, but it's understood that we may not even get a conference report out of that.
Yeah. Now, I do believe our rules permit, if the lieutenant governor would like, he can change the conferees.
Well, that is the lieutenant governor's prerogative, but I personally would hate to see that, so.
Yeah, I have no idea. All I have is a suspension resolution to keep this alive, and so that we can bring the conference report up, hopefully.
And to Senator Simmons' point, if we do this, how long is this extending the deadlines?
Well, with our other suspension resolution, probably until we sign it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
We have a number of questions, Senator. Senator Fillingane is next, I think. Senator Fillingane, for what
Is this
purpose?
introduction at the proper time, Mr. President?
All right, would you hold on that while we
Yes,
finish
sir.
this? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I was going to have an introduction at the proper time as well.
Okay, that's good. We're doing good. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator, were you for a question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that you can't answer all these questions perfectly about what might happen.
I have no idea what may happen.
Get together
all
for
I'm trying to do
conference.
is keep it alive, get it back into committee. That's
And-
all.
and
I'll be back in conference.
Right, and I'll go ahead and say this. If I was tired, I'd never admit it publicly because I don't want somebody to leverage it on me. But if I was tired,
Yes.
I'm not too tired to protect women and young girls to be safe in bathrooms and changing rooms. So if you're tired, say you're tired, but I ain't tired. Thank you.
I'm not that tired myself, Senator.
Okay, Senator Hickman?
I yield, Senator.
Senator Hickman is recognized. I think yours should be hot now.
Okay, now it is. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding to this. Senator, what day of this session are we on?
What day would you what?
Of this session are we on?
We're in, let's see, until the 122nd day.
And so at this point, can we just start over on every bill that failed or didn't make it out of conference or what have you?
If you bring up a suspension resolution and it passes out of committee, it would come before this floor.
So can we amend this bill? I guess is it in the rules that we can amend this to add other measures to this resolution?
We're way past deadline on any introduction of any bill. And this is not a reintroduction. This is actually sending it back to a conference committee.
And so if you could tell me what was a breakdown at why this piece of legislation, which is, in your words, one of the most important pieces of legislation to your constituents?
Obviously, by anyone or a lot of you probably, I know I have, and I've talked to others that say their phones and computers and all have iPads, everything has blown up with people demanding and asking very, very nicely. And they all tell me, everyone I got just about said this was the most important thing in this legislation to them.
And do you anticipate, how many more of these suspension resolutions do you anticipate we're going to have?
I don't think you'll see any other suspension resolutions because of the fact I would hope that we'd get out of here today or tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question and then also parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, after my question.
All right, Senator.
Yes, sir. I yield.
Senator Simmons
I'm
is
having a hard time
you for a
hearing.
question. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for a question on this matter.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Senator Kirby, you received a question about are you tired to protect women and children? My question is, are you tired this session
I'm not too.
to care for sick people?
I'm very tired, but I'm not too tired to do the work for the people and something that's that important to them.
Thank you so much, Senator. I now have my parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
Can an SCR on the floor be amended to add another bill?
One moment, please.
It's up there.
Do what?
Senator Simmons, on your parliamentary inquiry, you can add to a resolution.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you so much. I know there's some bills that are important to some of the members in this chamber and also to some of their constituents that they probably would like to consider in this SCR. I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Appropriate time. Senator, would you proceed forward and give it to the Secretary? Senator Blackman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You, Senator Kirby?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blackman is recognized.
Thank you. Senator Kirby, is this the same bill that, as written, would require a individual who was born a female that now has transitioned to a male to use a female bathroom if
That's
this bill
correct.
came along?
It does not allow that. That's correct.
No, I think as written, the bill says that, correct me if I'm wrong, that a person that was born a female that has now transitioned to a male, after this bill becomes law, they would have to use a female bathroom. Is that correct?
That's right. But again, I'm not here to debate the bill. I'm here to debate whether or not to send it back to conference. When they bring a bill up, I think a lot of these questions can be answered. Right now, it's do you want it to go back to conference?
Okay, I was just making sure that was the same bill that would now create the problem they're trying to fix.
This is the Safer Act and it dealing with transgenders. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeBar, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Kirby?
I yield.
Senator DeBar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. You know, as education chairman, I was focused on education matters, so I wasn't familiar with the procedure of the Safer Act and why it died and so forth. And I'm just picking up things here. I just want to make sure I'm clear as what happened and why it died. From what I understand, we had a conference report signed by 3 senators that was given to the House approximately 2 weeks ago. Is that your understanding?
I think that's about right. Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until 7:30 p.m. on Monday night that the House decided to.
I was told it was 7:40.
7:40. So what happened in those 2 weeks? Did the House not contact our conferees or just?
Well, again, I'm not the chairman. I wasn't on the conference committee. I just know that I was told that they tried several times to get with the House on this, and they could not.
And just to follow up with what Senator Wiggins said, he said that the House wanted to write into the conference report legislation or the items that said that this would allow for treble damages and rights to sue basically a trial lawyer phrases and so forth. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, I'm
not
just
to my knowledge. No.
Okay, I'm just going on what I've heard on
Yeah,
questioning today. And
I think some excuses were being made for not signing the conference report, but I don't know that.
All right, and so what we're trying to do is revive the SAFER Act so we can get it passed and get it onto the governor. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Barr, thank you. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
It's appropriate time. Senator Hickman, if you provide it to the Secretary. So, Senator Fillingane, for what purpose, sir?
For an introduction at the proper time.
Please proceed. We're waiting on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know in the West and South galleries, the Senate would want to help me welcome some of our wonderful Republican women from all across the state. I have a few that I know personally from my district: Miss Rosie Jackson, Vicki Little, Diane Pickering, Miss Ruby Ainsworth, and Miss Lisa Givens from the Simpson County area as well. I'd love to make them welcome to our state Senate.
Thank y'all. It's good to see the redcoats today. We needed a little help. Okay. All right, Senate, we're going to start on the amendments. Senator Simmons. Senator Parker, we're waiting on Senator Simmons. For what purpose, sir?
For an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure today to get to welcome Clearview Baptist Church, along with Pastor Corey Nepshield, his wife Kelly, and son Daniel. If you would please stand. Welcome to your capital.
Okay, Senator Simmons, we're on the First Amendment. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, what you have before you is amendment to the concurrent resolution to consider the bill that Senator...
Could you put the amendment up, please, sir? Yeah. 1 second, please, Senator. It's not on the screen yet. Okay, we're good to go.
That's the amendment, and the bill that I would like to be considered as an amendment to this concurrent resolution is Senate Bill 2230. And if you would put that bill on the screen, and show the authors. Senator Kirby talked about the bill that he brought forward that was important to a lot of members of this chamber. Senate Bill 2230 also was important to a lot of members of this chamber. And the bill is to amend Mississippi Code 337, which lists our legal holidays, and to remove Confederate Memorial Day and replace that with Juneteenth. From the ships of 1619 to white landowner independence, from white landowner independence to freedmen, from freedmen to Reconstruction, from Reconstruction to the start of the NAACP in 1909, from 1909 to the Civil Rights Movement, from the Civil Rights Movement to the killing of Emmett Till, from the killing of Emmett Till to some more contemporary struggles like racial profiling. There are members or people in this country as well as in this state that want to enjoy in the rights and privileges and have continued to be in the struggle to enjoy in the rights and the privileges and the fundamental freedoms of other Americans and other Mississippians. In Mississippi, while we had a historic 2020 regular legislative session, changing the image of the state of Mississippi, moving Mississippi forward, telling everybody in the world we want to be inclusive as opposed to exclusive. We want to be progressive as opposed to oppressive. Telling Mississippians and telling people in the world that some of our brothers in this state that have been looked over and left behind, that they enjoy the rights and privileges and freedoms too. And together, in 2020, we sung Kumbaya. Mississippi is on its way. We are moving forward. White brethren and black brethren. And so, every year since 2020, we still have to deal with the world looking at the state of Mississippi because we have decided to still live, at least for one of our legal holidays, in the past as opposed to the future. In a minute, Mr. President, I asked for a roll call on this because this bill died a real silent death in committee. And since this is an opportunity for us to show that we're not tired, I would love for this bill to actually be included in the concurrent resolution, and no matter how long it takes, let's get back to the spirit that we were in 2020. Let's move Mississippi forward. Let's get rid of this Confederate Memorial holiday, and let's celebrate Juneteenth. Juneteenth celebrates the victors. Confederate Memorial Day celebrates the ones that lost. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like a roll call vote on this.
Questions first, Senator. Start with Senator Fillingane.
For point of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I believe this amendment violates our rules as it expands the purpose of the bill beyond its original purpose.
One moment, please. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Your point of order is well taken. Senator Michelle, for what purpose?
Same point of order.
Same point of order. Well, same question, same answer. Okay, we have another amendment. The second amendment, Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the amendment on the screen?
One moment, sir. Okay, Senator Tone, good to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this amendment is a very simple amendment. What I am attempting to do in this amendment is revive a piece of legislation that died in conference, just like the bill that's being revived in the resolution. This is House Bill 783. This bill was worked on throughout the process, and at the very end, we weren't able to come to an exact agreement. And so what this amendment does is take us back into conference, allow a little more time for us to work on this bill and get a good working bill here to you. Because again, Mr. President, as it's been stated in the chamber, I am not tired of doing the work of the people. And I think that, since we're at this point where we are going back and trying to make good legislation come out of this chamber and out of this body this year, we want to do the same thing with this piece of legislation. What this piece of legislation does was this body voted on. I think we were almost unanimous on voting out of here a couple of times because the Senate had a bill and the House had a bill, and we voted on those. And what this bill would do is it would allow for our courts to finally have a joint custody agreement, which would start where a judge would start in this custody suit, is that it'll appoint that both parents are on equal level and receive equal parenting time in this process. And so here we're protecting families. Just as the bill that's come before us has been alleged to protect women, this bill protects families. It keeps families, once there has been, for whatever reason, a separation, it keeps children in an environment where they're getting equal parenting time from both parents. I think this bill, much similar along the lines of the bill that we have, is a bill that is going to be good for families, good for the state of Mississippi. Again, we just need to work out a few pieces of this piece of legislation so that we're able to make sure that we have good legislation, that we can work out the unintended consequences. That is where we were in the process. We were trying to realize the unintended consequences, and I think just as the legislation that came before us kind of died by the way it wasn't meant to, and so if we can get this back in the process, I think we can come with some good legislation that's going to protect families. And so with that, Mr. President, I ask for adoption of the amendment.
Senator Fillingame first. Senator Fillingame, for what purpose, sir?
Point of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same point of order as the last one. This amendment expands the purpose of the original bill beyond its original intent.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
To the point, Mr. President.
Please
I
proceed.
believe Senator Fillingame's point refers to constitutional provision section 60, which says that no bill shall be amended from its original purpose. This is a resolution and not a bill. And the point of order made on this amendment and the prior amendment is not the correct point, because this is not a bill, this is a resolution.
He's saying...
No worries, but okay, Senate. Under Rule 86, all motions, such as these motions here, are subjects as well to amendment, but only when they're germane. So, Senator Blunt, your point is not well taken. Senator Fillingham, yours is. Point of order is approved, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kirby, you're up for questions. We remain questions on the bill.
If no further questions, request use morning roll call, final passage.
One moment, please. Use of morning roll call has been requested. I'm sorry, Senator Wiggins would like to speak on the bill. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm not going to speak long because we've been here a long time and people are tired. I just want to I think you're owed an explanation. I and others have said process is policy, and I think you all know what happened as this bill went through. And I want to state for the folks in the chamber, Judiciary A, from day one, stood up for our women and girls in our institutions. Bryce Wiggins, my daughter's a freshman at the University of Mississippi. You don't think this isn't important to me? This is why when the Senate, we had this bill and sent it to the House. Procedurally, all that had to be done, literally, was the House vote on it and send it to the governor. That's all that had to be done. But what happened instead? And I would encourage everyone in here, if you haven't, go back and listen to the Paul Gallo show this morning, because it was admitted. What happened? They put other stuff in that bill and started to get cute. And we fought that. We said we are going to be for our women and children, and we're not here to play games. We're not here in D.C. This is Mississippi, not D.C. They wanted to play games and put other things in there. And then you've heard it. 740, they want to make changes. And what do? Trial lawyer bill. I love lawyers, we're people too. But they want treble damages so that they can go out and sue and make money. And if last time I checked, we were for tort reform in this building. But that's not what they wanted to do. And that's what they wanted to do at 7:40 in the morning. 7:40 at night. And procedurally, make no mistake what's happening here. It's fallen at their doorstep, and they've sent it back to us to, quote, rescue them. I want our women and girls protected. I voted for every one of those bills. But at a certain point, enough is enough, and process is policy. I love the pro tem here. This is not at him. This is not anything like that. But I'm glad this has come to light. For these ladies up here, because this is what's happening in this building. Transparency, you're getting to see it. And the House, in this case, was playing games. And guess what? It's come back. So, it's your decision how you want to vote on the rule suspension. But what I'm hearing is, if it goes forward, then it's sending back to conference for further negotiation. And what I heard on the radio this morning was that, yeah, we're gonna keep negotiating. I don't know about y'all, or I think I do. I'm ready to get home. I've done my job. You've done your job. You've been up here for 4 months, working, dedicating your life to the betterment of the state. I know how I'm voting on this suspension. But I can go back and talk to my Republican women and tell them I did everything. The Senate Judiciary A committee did everything, and the Senate did everything. But we also aren't going to play games. And I am not going to play games with the future of women and ladies and students. And I think it's that important. So thank you. I appreciate the body for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Senator Branning, for what purpose?
Question for Chairman Wiggins, please.
One moment, please. Senator Wiggins, will you yield for a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Branning's recognized for a question on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your explanation of the past happenings on this bill, and I do appreciate your work. Do you agree that at this moment we ought to just focus on moving forward? You agree with that?
Chairman Branning, I recognize that if this resolution goes down, that there will be people that feel like it wasn't done, but this is why we did this 4 months ago. If it's so important, which it is, why did they wait till 7:40 on deadline?
Again, that's past happenings. My question for you is, don't you agree that we ought to just move forward from here?
I agree that yes, the ladies and women would be the beneficiaries, but we're talking about procedure here, and I am fine moving forward if this suspension resolution carries, that we take the Senate bill that was passed by this body that could have gone straight to the governor. I'm fine doing that. The problem is, what I heard on the radio this morning was that's not what the House wants to do. So, yes, I am fine, and I think that would be the best, the folks could benefit from that by taking the Senate bill that we passed and sent to the House without all this back and forth, yes.
I do hear a lot of talk of the House did this and the Senate did that, and I know there are years that sometimes the Senate wins on things and sometimes the House wins on things. But would you agree with me, if we don't complete this work, the losers in this are the women and children of Mississippi?
the women and children of Mississippi have us to fight for them, and the Judiciary A Committee and Bryce Wiggins have been fighting for them all session. And yes, if we get the Senate bill that we sent to them, that all they had to do was send it to the governor. If it was that important to the House, they would have sent it on to the governor, but they didn't do that.
Thank you. We're counting on you to complete the work in the Senate. We appreciate you.
Thank you for putting the pressure on me, Senator Branning.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question for Senator Wiggins.
All right, Senator Wiggins.
Yes.
You yield. Senator Parker is recognized for a question on the resolution.
I consider this a friendly question.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your work on this. I know the back and forth of deadline day. I know the number of bills that many people in this body have come to them at the last minute, and it is a challenge. What I'm hearing from you is that should this resolution pass, you stand ready, if you are a conferee on this, to sign a conference report immediately as passed the Senate. So as introduced by Senator Harkins, the SAFER Act, as introduced, you stand ready to sign that with other conferees of this body and send that back over to the House for immediate adoption. Is that correct?
That's correct. And let me say, if they decide they want to further negotiate and do that, that means there will not be a conference report.
Right.
I want that to be clear.
Right.
Yes, I stand willing and ready and able to do that.
And I share your concern because I also was listening to the radio this morning, and it seemed to me in the discussions on the radio that there was a lot more importance put into the legal remedies of the act than there was the act itself. And that's a concern to me. You know, and at this late in the session, we may at some point in the future want to go back and say we want to add some penalties or sanctions or whatever, you know, in the lawyer world can be added. But if we really want to get the SAFER Act through, we can immediately sign this, get it over there. Hopefully they'll sign that. Because I believe, and then my question would be, did the House not introduce the same exact bill on their side with the same language that Senator Harkins had at the beginning of the session?
Yes, and they killed it.
So we are not asking them to take our bill. We're asking them to take our bill and their bill and move it to the governor so we can get this resolved and go home and actually make a difference on this legislation.
And to your point and to what I was saying earlier, that we did our job and they chose to kill the exact same bill, and now they've sent over this resolution. So I want us to get the Senate bill, yes. But if it's about negotiation and we're going to do that, I'm stating it right now. We don't get a conference report, that could be a possibility. It's because they want to negotiate further and deal with treble damages for trial attorneys and things like that.
Right. Well, I appreciate your work on this, and I would love to see this legislation pass. I think a number of people in this body would. And I appreciate you standing up and going to the podium to speak on it. Not everybody does that, but on an issue like this, I appreciate your willingness to go up here and inform us of your intentions on this. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question of Chairman Wiggins.
Chairman Wiggins, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized for a question on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you were one of the conferees on the bill that's before, the legislation that's at issue here, was it still included in the conference report that no private cause of action against a state agency, public university, public community college, junior college, or institutions of higher learning would be authorized by the Act? Was that still in a part of your negotiations during conference? Or were there attempts to drop that language?
Which I think it is. If that was in the Senate bill that passed the Senate, then it's in there. I'll be honest with you, my mind's a little cloudy right now because there's been all this stuff going on.
And I understand, but I do remember during committee that was an amendment that was made during the Senate Judiciary meeting.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that that position was maintained throughout the negotiations.
Yeah, thank you. That was changed so that you know we made that amendment, that change in there, that was a very good bill that passed the Senate, and by the way, had Democrat votes too. Because, by the way, protection and honoring and preserving women's rights it's not a partisan issue. It's a human issue. And we had Democrat votes on our bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to speak.
You recognize to speak on the bill, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally appreciate your leadership and Senator Kirby bringing this before the body. The back and forth has got to stop because these ladies in the gallery expect Republicans to agree and pass something. That's what they sent us here for. I don't really care that much about the legal wranglings of what kind of damages you can get in this bill. There are other ways to enforce this to keep women safe in their bathrooms and locker rooms. I believe Attorney General Lynn Fitch supports this bill. There can be a clause put into this bill that says in state buildings, the Attorney General will enforce this act. And you can get rid of all the back and forth and what you're saying is going to cause this bill to die. Just simply put in there that the Attorney General of the state of Mississippi will enforce this act. The state will be at great liability if we don't codify something, because the first time that a man who is identifying as a woman goes into a bathroom in a state facility and assaults somebody, guess what? That person that got assaulted's lawyer is going to come back and say, this body had a chance to protect this woman and they did not. And that's going to be a pretty strong case. So I urge passage of this resolution, and let's get this done for these ladies that represent 1,000 Republican women in the state of Mississippi. And I've been trying to get this done since 2020 or 2021, so it's not a new issue. Thank you.
Senator Kirby, you're recognized. Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Kirby, you're recognized. No one else is requested to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think enough's been said to pass this resolution. I ask that you vote for the resolution by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Senator Simmons, do you object? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chassenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Jackson, Jordan, Seymour, McCon, Thompson, Turner Ford. I think she said no. Wiggins. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Chasdenall, Chisholm, DeBart, Delano, England, Fillingame, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Latner, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Brumfield, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Delano, for what purpose?
To announce a pair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Barnett was here, he would vote no, and I would vote aye.
Pair, Delano, aye. Barnett, no. Senator Simmons,
To announce a pair, Mr. President.
please proceed.
If Senator McCon was here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Simmons, D, aye. Con, no. I mean, McCon, aye. Simmons, no. Sorry. Reverse on that, Mr. Clerk.
McCon would have been aye. Simmons 12 would have been no. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 33.
I ain't playing that one.
Senator Brumfield, for what purpose?
For the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Seymour is here, he would be a no, and he would be an aye, and I would be a no.
Aye for Seymour. Thank you.
It's Friday.
Thank you, Senator Brumfield. We appreciate
Somewhere.
it. Seymour, aye. Brumfield, no. Senator Hill. One moment, please.
33, 9.
The bill passes 33 yeas, 9 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Kirby is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. President, I ask for immediate release.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Hill, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we introduced Republican women, I think we missed a couple of counties. We have ladies from Covington, Madison, Rankin, Leake, Simpson, Hines, and Winston counties that represent over 1,000 members. So I didn't want to miss any county. Thank y'all so much again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Senate, and thank you for helping us get here. All right, Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir? You good?
Never turned up.
You're good. Okay, we're off. Senator Berry, for what purpose?
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Senator Hill did introduce the ladies, but I want to welcome two of my good friends, Miss Ruby Ainsworth and Miss Lisa Givens, to the Senate today.
Hey, Ruby. How are you? Good to see you, Ruby. All right. We need to get back on the calendar, y'all. We've got a good bit of work to do today. First, local and private. Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we skip 7 and 8, let them retain their place on the calendar, and go to 9, House Bill number 4129, and call it up and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 4129, City of Bay St. Louis authorized to administer and expend certain federal funds to assist in flood mitigation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parks.
This is simply authorizing the City of Bay St. Louis to award the grant monies received for the flood mitigation assistance. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I would.
Senator Turner Ford. One moment. Senator Parks, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Why does the City of Bay St. Louis need this authorization?
This is federal dollars, and for them to be able to disperse this, they need their authority. They do not have that authority today.
So as a city that has received funds from FEMA, they do not have the authority to disperse those funds?
We can get a ruling, just 1 second.
One moment, please.
At this time, I would like to yield the podium to Senator Thompson to answer those questions.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Turner Ford, the issue here is there are 2 individuals who have received FEMA mitigation grants. I believe they're called SWIFT grants to, I think, elevate their homes. The grants were to be administered by MEMA was their initial intent. MEMA has not been able to really engage or address it. The city has been working with MEMA to try to get MEMA to administer the grants. What this local and private would do would be to allow the city to administer those mitigation grants on behalf of those individuals.
Thank you, but I have no comprehension of what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Senator, you're recognized.
Yeah, no other questions. I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Opposed, voting no. Turner Ford, no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes with Turner Ford voting no. Senator Parks? Maintain 10, 11, 12, retain their place on the calendar, 13 and 14. I'm sorry, Senator Barr? I'm sorry, you're on 11. One moment, please. Senator Fillingane, pass and retain. Senator DeBar?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 11.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 346, Seizure Safe Schools Act, established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we table the motion to reconsider.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley, you're recognized on 12, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 12, House Bill number 1208, and call it up.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1208, Hunting and Fishing on Lands of Others, revise provisions relating to and provide penalties for.
Move that we do table the motion to reconsider.
Motion table, the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Hobson. On 13, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip, I'm sorry, I was going down to 15.
Okay, one moment, please. You're on 13, and then we had Senator Harkins was on 14. Senator Harkins, pass and retain. Okay, Senator, we're back to you.
Okay, I ask we skip items 15 through 24, have them retain their place, go to item 25, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 3013, Appropriation IHL Student Financial Aid.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Parks to explain.
Senator Parks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to cover the change that was made first and make that clear, and then we'll go to the final action. The change that was made was a $3 million, and that was made for the FATE scholarship and the winter scholarship. So back on the final action, total budget was $57,302,895. Out of the general fund, that was $51,952,895. Some of the things attributing that, of course, was the increase in the salary progression at $16,800, the health $2,160, PERS at $2,926, and then the increase in scholarship money was $1,281,753. And then they removed the dual credit, dual enrollment, and then we spending the authority for operational expenditures at $610,000 for a total of $7,909,361 is a total increase on the final action. I am happy to answer any questions. If none, adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? All right, Senator.
Adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Hobson, we're back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass items 26 through 30, have them retain their place, go to item 31, and have the title read.
Take that from 31, Senator.
Please read the title. Thank you.
Senate Bill 3162, Appropriation Additional DMH Children and Youth PRTF ARPA Funds.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that we passed previously. It was in our ARPA projects, and this is the $20 million for Canopy, for child protective services and mental health. Basically, it's the language that we had in there previously. I want to reiterate, this gives the state CPS and mental health the priority and first preference on admission of at least 33 beds in the program. The beds have to be kept up to Department of Health standards. There is a security interest and a promissory note that has to be entered into, so the state has a security interest in the property and the construction, all the improvements to the property. They also required, if they do not fulfill their obligations, to reimburse the state for those funds, and this authorizes the Department of Health, Mental Health, and the state in any, Department of Health, Mental Health, and the state and other public subdivisions to, if there's any breach of the terms as it relates to this, and the breaches would be that they didn't keep the beds up to the standard as required by the Department of Health for 3 consecutive months, or if there's any dissolution or bankruptcy or permanent cessation of operations, the state can come over and take over the beds. And none of the funds appropriated shall go to pay employees premium payments. This also just goes to the construction of the facilities that the state, through CPS and mental health, will be able to utilize. I'll yield for questions.
See no questions, Senator.
My motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Which item are we on? Which item are we on?
31. Where were we?
Senator Hobson.
Now we're on.
Okay. Yeah, Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins will pass and retain. 32. Go to item 33 has been recommitted. 34. Senator Harkins pass and retain. 35. Go to item 36. Senator Harkins. We'll keep passing and retain 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, and go to appropriation budget item 45, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip items 45 through 47, go to item 48 and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 45 through 47, go to item 48, Senate Bill number 2285, and ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2285, Department of Public Safety, bring forward code sections related to officer salaries.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
This is the general bill that supports the law enforcement pay increase that we discussed yesterday. So this includes the changes in the statute on the salaries of the Highway Safety Patrol. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final pass of the conference report. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Ask we skip item 49, go to item 50 on the calendar and have the title read.
Pass and retain item 49. Go to item 50, Senate Bill number 2487. Please read the title.
2487, the Law Enforcement Officers and Firefighters Death Benefits Trust Fund, bring forward provision related to.
Motion is to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Delano to explain the conference report.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on getting my name right. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, since July of 2022, we have sold over 143,000 blackout car tags to citizens in our state. As you know, these blackout tags go to support our law enforcement and first responders across our entire state, and the benefits from those car tags go to the Death Benefit Fund. It's an unfortunate thing that we have to deal with on occasion, where we have our first responders that are killed in the line of duty, and their families are left to deal with the aftermath. We have collected over $7.5 million in this fund through the efforts of our residents in our state. It's time for us to be able to let our law enforcement and our first responders know how important they are to us. I want to thank everybody that's been engaged in this process over the number of years, and what this conference report will do will increase the death benefit for an officer or a firefighter who is killed in the line of duty from $100,000 to a total maximum amount of $250,000. That will be paid in a little bit of a different way, in that it'll be guaranteed for $150,000 for the family, and then for each child, they will receive another $25,000 to, again, a total of $250,000. Another issue that we're going to address in this bill comes up, and any time that a law enforcement officer is killed in line of duty, there's always a delay in how these payments are done. And what's left is a family that is trying to grieve and deal with the aftermath, and at the same time trying to pay for funeral expenses. Again, we're helping our law enforcement and first responders today because we are going to provide $15,000 for the families to deal with those expenses. The commissioner, the Department of Public Safety, will have the authority to write a check for $15,000 to the nurse or to the funeral home, so to help those families in the very times of need. Additionally, the conference report says that we're going to keep a total of $4 million, or a minimum of $4 million in that account. And then if there is any excess funds in the account, that the Commissioner of Public Safety, in coordination with the fire chief of our state, will set up a grant program for safety equipment for our local communities, and it will be in form of a grant program that will be established to help protect our law enforcement officers and first responders across the state. I want to thank you again for the consideration, Mr. President. That is an explanation of the conference report, and I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator. Motion?
A motion to be moved for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage of the conference report. Does anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip the next two items on the calendar, go to item 53 and have the title read.
Pass and retain items 51 and 52. Go to item 53, Senate Bill number 2848, and ask the title be read.
Senate Bill 2848, ARPA programs, revise and bring forward related provisions and provide for determination of unobligated funds by November 1st.
Senator Hobson.
My motion is to adopt the conference report and ask to recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Pope, recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill 2848, which is ARPA transfer fund summary. Many of you Sunday, when we discussed the ARPA funds and the overflow, were questioning which bill that would be in. This is that bill. Go over it quickly. Section 1 brings forward the Mississippi Code 27104.323 that authorizes the state fiscal officer to transfer interest and investment earnings on the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund into the Corona State Fiscal Recovery Fund on July 1, 2024. Authority is given to the state fiscal officer to transfer at their discretion any funds from that fund that have been used for the purpose for which they were received back to the federal government. Section 2 brings forward Code Section 37-106-64 for the Skilled Nursing Home and Hospital Nurses Retention Loan Repayment Program, and allows the program for any nursing graduates employed as a full-time LPN or RN at a skilled nursing home in the state of Mississippi or a general acute care hospital in the state of Mississippi that is licensed by the Department of Health. Section 3 brings forward Code Section 41316.1 for the State Department of Health Grant Program, which is the ARPA Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant Program. Any new funds appropriated to the department after April 1st, 2024 shall be distributed to fund projects from the second round of grant awards in any order that they were ranked, as long as they can be obligated by October 1 of 2024 and expended by December 31, 2026. If they cannot obligate or expend the funds for the project, the department shall continue from the second round of grant awards, go down the list further, take the next applicant up. Section 4, all funds must be obligated by December 31, 2024 and expended by December 31, 2026. On October 1st, 2024, State Fiscal Officer will determine which agencies will not be able to obligate the funds. Additionally, if the agency is not able to obligate the funds by October 1st, 2024, they are to notify the State Fiscal Officer. Any funds not obligated as of October 1st this year, the State Fiscal Officer should transfer these funds to the Coronavirus Fiscal Recovery Fund no later than October 5th of 2024. The state fiscal officer may retain an amount for the cost of the ARPA administration not to exceed a total of $25 million. No later than October 6, 2024, the remaining unobligated funds are to be transferred to the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund. Section 5, it creates the ARPA MDOT Maintenance Project Fund. This fund is to be used by the Department of Transportation for eligible surface transportation maintenance projects included in the maintenance program of our 3-year plan. Mr. President, I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Branning, you have a question? No. All right.
There are no other questions.
Senator Sparks, I believe. Do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the numbers portion. There's $122 million that tally, 120, excuse me, that's tallied up from different categories. Is that being transferred to another fund upon passage or effective date of this act? In other words, it's transferring to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, and it has an account number from the following named funds, and it gives specific numbers that total up to $120 million.
Yes.
Why are those particular funds being transferred into this new fund? Are these funds that they don't expect to expend?
Yes.
In noticing on line 321, it's the Municipal and County Water Infrastructure Fund is $25 million. Is that because those monies, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I think we ended up at $450 million in that fund. Is that what was left that was not going to be approved, or no one has applied for it?
These have not been approved.
Okay. And do you think those $25 million have been applied for and not approved, or could it be a combination?
We have many, many projects that have already been approved that we haven't funded. So I would say this would be more of those who did not get approved.
Okay, because we wouldn't want to sweep that money prior to final determination of approval.
Okay. And there could also have been, these funds have been backed out of projects that they thought they wanted, then they decided not to.
So that's actually money, it's not somebody waiting on that money, that's money that's not even been obligated.
It's obligated to the program, but not to a particular water association.
Okay. So it's a possibility that there would be more money, and that's why we have the pour-over provision, assuming someone was approved for their project, but ultimately not awarded reimbursement for some reason.
It is, and then we also have that $30 million that we passed previously.
Okay. And then we identify in Section 7 $54.1 million of dollars that appear to be lost revenue.
Correct.
So where is that $54 million? Is that inside of that 120?
No, it's outside that. It is, isn't it? All right, it's in the MDOT portion.
Okay, but Section 7, the $54.1 million is inclusive inside of the 120. So there's approximately 68 or 66 million that is not lost revenue.
Yes, that is part of the 120. And then we,
okay, so
54.1 includes 50 for MDOT, 3.5 for DPS equipment, and 600,000 for Supreme Courts.
And is there any rhyme or reason why we chose those three categories for the lost revenue?
It's just easier to expend the funds when you move it to lost revenue than to not do that.
But of those three categories, they probably qualify under the ARPA guidelines, because my understanding on the lost revenue, the whole point of designating lost revenue is it loosed you from the shackles of the federal government's requirements as it relates to clawback provision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that 54.1 million has much more fungibility and flexibility within the appropriated funds. And my question is, the three categories you just named, were they in need of this unshackled fungible money? Or could they have been funded out of the other?
Yes, that is correct. It could have been, but this is the quickest way to get the funds out where we need them. So we decided to move it through general fund, through lost revenue.
Yeah, because lost revenue is the same as a general fund dollar. We can do anything we want with it.
Correct.
Thank you for taking my question.
Okay, no further questions, Senator.
Use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage of the conference reports. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. Oh, Senator Branning, before I finish, do you have a question or? Okay, use the morning roll call has been adopted. Conference report is passed. All right, now we'll go to Senator Branning for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was trying to wait for the appropriate time, but I would like unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to number 50 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2487, please.
Please add Senator Branning. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, same request.
Same request.
Co-authored Senate Bill 2487.
Please add Senator Parker. Oh, my. Okay. I'm trying to see who's not doing it. Senator, so add to others. I tell you what, if you would just sign, several of you, just sign on and hand it in to the front desk if you'd like to co-author item 50, Senate Bill 2487. If you would just hand it to the front desk. Sign your name, please. Okay, let's see, we'll go to item 54, Senator Filligan. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I didn't see you at the well. Do you want to go back on the calendar? Senator Filligan, you want to pass? Okay, now, I'm sorry. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to immediate consideration of item 42 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2803.
Item 22, 2823?
42.
Oh, 42.
2803.
2803. Anyone object? Say no objection. Senator?
I'd like to call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2803, Local Option Alcoholic Beverage Control Law, revised definition of qualified resort area.
I move we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the qualified resort, the omnibus bill that we brought out yesterday. We recommitted it to remove the city of Morton on the request of the senator for that area. Otherwise, the bill is the exact same as you saw it yesterday with the updated language that conforms it to the two bills that we've already passed. And that's an explanation of the bill, or the conference report.
Any questions?
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage for the conference report. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Frazier. Senator Norwood. Anyone else? Senator Parker, Senator Branning, anyone else? Saying no, I'm sorry, we have a couple more here at the last second. Senator Hill, what was your present for Senator Hill? Senator Suber, to the vote here?
To the vote.
Yes.
I want to announce a pair. I vote aye. Senator Tate was here. He would vote no.
Please record the pair. Anyone else? Seeing up, Senator Chisholm, as no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of order. Roll call is voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 36, House Bill 1647, have the title read.
Please read the title. Oh, I'm sorry, you suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules, excuse me.
Yeah, so any objections? Seeing no objection, Senator, go back to item 36.
Yes, I'd like to go to item 36, House Bill 1647, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1647, Commissioner of Insurance authorized to implement a state insurance exchange, authorize income tax deductions, and insurance premium tax credit.
My motion is we adopt the conference report, be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the state-based insurance exchange. We had some meetings with Commissioner Cheney on this, and currently the federal government is running an insurance exchange, and this would allow the state of Mississippi to start its own exchange. I think 19 states have adopted a state-based exchange, and 3 additional states are in the process of converting over to one. The bill basically starts in Section 1. It defines the role of a state-based exchange. In Section 2, it grants the insurance department the authority to establish a state-based exchange and allows them to utilize the service and funds of the Comprehensive Health Insurance Risk Pool and Board. It allows the insurance department to engage in professional services to assist with the operations of the exchange, and the operation of exchange does require highly skilled and specialized services. Section 3 creates a special fund called the Mississippi Health Insurance State Exchange Fund and authorizes the insurance department to expend monies from this fund on operational costs of the exchange. It also establishes user fees that are not more than 3.5% to be collected on all policies sold on the exchange and remitted to the special fund. Any increase of a fee beyond 3.5% would require legislative approval. In Section 4, it requires a comprehensive health risk insurance pool, Health Insurance Risk Pool Association to develop and fund an online portal that shall be available to all Mississippians to assist consumers in selection of a health plan. And I got a text from the commissioner that Kentucky was going to give us their software for free, and their software has been regarded as one of the best in the nation. So that's a good find for us, and appreciate the commissioner reaching out. Section 5 amends Section 83.9203 to further propose the legislature to establish mechanisms to assist the insurance department with the creation, implementation, and operation of the exchange, and it is effective upon passage. So that is an explanation of the exchange. In short, people that are already on the exchange are going through the federal portal. This allows the state to start its own exchange, and the commissioner indicated that he felt there would be more providers that would come on if it was a state-based exchange versus the federal exchange, and the fees that are going to the federal government will stay in the state to manage it and to pay for it. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
I'm sorry. Now we do have a question. Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator McClendon?
I do.
Senator McClendon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will life insurance companies be required to pay an assessment for this?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Norwood, have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Norwood, Senator Harkin?
I do.
Senator Norwood?
Thank you, Senator Harkin. Senator Harkin, now, conceivably, this could increase the workload for the call center, so forth, that the maybe operate out of the commissioners.
There are some costs involved. He has a pool of money to start up, and the fees that are collected through the policies that are currently going to the federal government for the platform that it's on right now would go to the state to cover those costs.
And the individuals that's now currently in the federal exchange could transition from.
It would stay the same, yeah. And the feds will actually, they kind of walk alongside you the first year, and then they let you transfer over to a state-based exchange, and it would just, you're basically changing the the platform that your exchange is running on. It doesn't change the policies or any of that nature.
So the costs that would take to manage this, would that be?
That would come out of the fees that are collected for the premium, for the policies.
Now, would that increase the individual applicant cost?
They're already paying it. They're just paying it to the federal government right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Harkin.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use of order roll call, final passage of the conference report. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Brumfield, Senator Jordan, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Norwood, Senator Butler. Anyone else? Seeing no, Senator Thomas, Senator Frazier, Senator Hickman. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Now, Senator Harkins, do you wish to take up any others? All right, then we'll go back to where we were on the calendar, which I think was item 53, go to item 54, Senator Filling, I believe. Now, Senator, do you wish to suspend the rules and go back to one? 55. All right, we'll pass and retain those down to item 55.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 1025, Department of Corrections, eliminate Executive Deputy Commissioner from...
Senator, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain it.
Senator Sparks, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1025, the conference report, does two things. The first part is conforming language from a bill that we passed prior, addressing the Corrections Commissioner and advising consent. The second part is there are four, there are five, but there's legislation that potentially makes it four deputy commissioners. And a few years ago, in the last 3 years, I believe, there was a designation for an executive deputy commissioner because the commissioner at the time didn't have a chief of staff. So this bill strikes the language relating to the executive status of one of the deputy commissioners and removes that language from statute. It was basically just an increase in a monetary compensation to one of the designated deputy commissioners, and now that there is a hired chief of staff, that does not appear to be as necessary. That is an explanation of the conference report. I would yield to any questions. If there aren't any questions, I'd move for adoption on the morning roll call.
See no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. All right, so we'll go now to items. I don't think anyone wants to bring one up, but we'll go to items 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. We'll pass and retain those items. Go to item 62, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 62 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2144, runoff elections, amend to lengthen the timing requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be, my motion will be that we adopt the conference report, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a vote that was, a conference report that was refiled just yesterday. We had a vote on this earlier this week. This moves runoff elections from 3 to 4 weeks. We had some elections commissioner nonpartisan language in there. That has all been stripped out of the bill. I believe I've talked with most of you about that one. And also, we have a ban on ranked choice voting in this bill, which passed this body on March 7th. That's an explanation of the items in the conference report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? See no question. Oh, we do have a question. Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood.
I will yield.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England. I just wondered if you would slow down just a little bit because I didn't quite understand what you were saying.
Senator Norwood, that's the first time somebody's asked me to talk more at the well, I think, and slower. Thank you. I certainly will on the next one.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hickman as no. Anyone else present? Anyone? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. All right, we'll go to
How we doing, big guy? Okay, we're about to break for lunch. Are there any announcements before we go to lunch? Any announcements? Senator Polk?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Senator Polk moves to stand in recess to 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess until
And you're recognized. We'll complete the calendar, Senate, and then we'll go back on whatever else anybody's got pending. Senator Fillingame.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to go to item number 65, call it up and have the title read.
65, Senate. We're starting on 65. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 4056, Suffrage, restored to Agnes Standifer of Lee County.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I be recognized to explain the bill?
You're recognized, Senator.
I'll make a few comments just generally about all of these bills to get us kicked off. And I'll simply say that the Judiciary B Committee has vetted all of these suffrage bills very thoroughly that you're about to hear about. We also invited the House authors of these suffrage bills to come and address the committee, as well as any senators that wish to come who may not have been on the committee. We did not consider any of these bills that had violent offenses or any of them that were embezzlement of public funds. So with that being said, I just wanted to let you all know these do require a 2/3 vote as the restoration of suffrage rights do under the Constitution. So I would be tempted to take them all up in block, but for fear that each one of them may have a cumulative effect of one person want to vote against this one or that one, it could imperil the whole amount. So after speaking to the Lieutenant Governor, we don't want to prejudice any particular one against the other. So I will attempt to go through them very quickly. Although if you have any questions, I don't know any of these individuals, and these are all House bills, but I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. So with that being said, House Bill number 4056 is the restoration of the suffrage rights of Miss Agnes Standifer of Lee County, Mississippi. Her conviction was for the crime of grand larceny on May the 4th of 2000 in Lee County, for which she was sentenced to serve 5 years in the Mississippi Department of Corrections and 4 years probation. She was placed on earned release supervision on February the 1st of 2001 and was discharged on March of 2001. That is the explanation of her bill. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Board is voting no. Present? Seeing none. 66, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4057, Suffrage, restored to Maddie Hardiman of DeSoto County.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt by use of the morning roll call, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
This is for the suffrage restoration of Miss Maddie Hardiman of DeSoto County, Mississippi. The crime for which she was disqualified from as an elector is the crime of false pretenses, which is typically writing a bad check. For those of us who aren't familiar with that, on July the 8th of 2009 in Coahoma County, for which she was sentenced to serve 5 years probation. She was discharged on July the 24th of 2014. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You here for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator McClendon is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Fillingame. After speaking with the Sheriff of DeSoto County yesterday and also the District Attorney, they request that both of these be set aside from DeSoto County.
Okay.
Senator Fillingame, was that in the form of a question? I'm sorry, Senator.
I'm not sure if that's a question or just a request.
And can that be done?
I think since on this one we've already called it up, we would have to probably, I'll defer to the chair, but we'd probably have to vote on it as it's before the body.
That's correct. Once it's called up, it's in the hands of the Senate. So y'all, I mean, obviously there's a vote coming, I think, Senator Fillingame, but
yes.
Did you have any other explanation for Senator McClendon, or Senator McClendon, did you have a point here?
Speak on the nomination.
Okay, and that's acceptable?
Yes.
Certainly. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator McClendon, you're recognized to speak on the Bill 4057, suffrage of Maddie Hardiman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senate. After the list came out yesterday, called the District Attorney of DeSoto County, also our new Sheriff of DeSoto County. and they both asked that I vote no on this, as well as our delegation. Are there any questions? If not,
I'm sorry, Senator, we have several questions. One moment. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am? Senator McMahon, was that for you, sir? Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator McClendon?
yes, sir.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Did the sheriff have a reason that he wanted you to vote no?
With the crime it was, and he asked me to not vote no, or to vote no, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Absolutely.
Senator Hickman, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I understand that, you know, I appreciate and support whatever you do for your local delegation, but my question is similar to his. He asked about the sheriff. Did the DA give you a reason as to why they wanted you to vote no on this?
Because at this time, they want us to vote no.
Say it again?
They want us to vote no.
But no reason, I'm saying. Was there a reason behind it?
At the present time, they want us to vote no.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Further questions on the nomination? All right. Senator Finnegan is recognized to speak on
Thank you, Mr. President. And certainly I appreciate all the senators' input from the various areas. We certainly encourage any and all interested parties to come to the committee meetings and speak for or against each of these bills. Again, these are House bills, and as far as I know, this was only a case of writing a bad check. So certainly the motion would be to adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call, but I respect everyone's right to vote however they so choose to do.
Okay, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone voting no? McClendon, no. Hill? No. McClendon and Hill, no. Whaley? No. Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Nomination passes. Thank you. With 4 no votes noted, please, Mr. Clerk. All right. 67, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 4080, suffrage restored to Yvonne Williams of Hinds County.
The motion will be that we do adopt based on the morning roll call. I'm happy to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Yvonne Williams of Hinds County was disqualified as a elector for her conviction, rather, not him, her conviction for the crime of accessory after the fact to business burglary on September the 10th of 2012 in Madison County, for which she was sentenced to serve 5 years in the intensive supervision or RID program for 4 years under supervised probation, with both sentences to run concurrently. She was discharged on September the 10th of 2013 and released on probation on November the 8th of 2016, and then released from the custody of the MDOC. That is the explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I'll move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Bill passes. Senator Hill, Senator Chisholm voting no. 68, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4083, suffrage restored to Kelvin Winding of Hinds County.
The motion will be to adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Mr. Kelvin Winding of Hinds County lost his rights to vote as a result of the conviction for the crime of receiving stolen property on September the 26th of 2011 in Madison County. He was sentenced to serve 10 years in the custody of MDOC, with the last 9 of those years suspended and placed on supervised probation for 5 years under the direct supervision of MDOC. He was placed in the intensive supervision program for 1 year and was released from probation on October the 18th of 2017 at the expiration of his sentence. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the Suffrage right? Seeing none.
No questions, move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 69.
Let's go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 4085, suffrage restored to Quentin Purnell of Grenada County.
The motion will be to adopt by use of the morning roll call, and I'm happy to explain the bill.
Use of morning roll call. You're recognized to explain the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Quentin Purnell of Grenada County, Mississippi, lost his rights to vote for the conviction of the crime of grand larceny in April of 1992 in Montgomery County. He was sentenced to serve 60 months of supervised probation under the custody of MDOC. He violated probation, which resulted in revocation of that probation. He was convicted of the crime of grand larceny on October the 18th, 1993 in Montgomery County and was sentenced to serve 3 years in MDOC custody and 2 years of release supervision. He was then released from supervision on February the 28th of 1996. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I'll move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. 70, Senator.
I'd like to get the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4089, suffrage restored to Walter Lewis of Hines County.
The motion will be to adopt by use of the morning roll call, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Walter Lewis of Hines County, Mississippi, lost his suffrage rights as a result of his conviction for the crime of false pretense on February the 11th of 2013 in Madison County. He was sentenced to serve 3 years with 1 year in the Mississippi Department of Corrections custody and 2 years of probation. He was released to the earned release supervision on October the 15th of 2013 and then discharged finally on December the 5th of 2013. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 71, Senator.
I'd like to get the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4095, suffrage restored to Joseph Armstrong of Sunflower County.
I'm happy to explain the bill, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. Joseph Armstrong of Sunflower County lost his suffrage rights as a result of his conviction for the crime of grand larceny on July the 6th of 2004 in Sunflower County. He was sentenced to serve 5 years in the custody of MDOC and was released from earned release supervision November 29th of 2006 and discharged finally from probation on August the 23rd of 2007. I have to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I'm going to adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Adoption by use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by morning roll call. 72, Senator.
I'd like to get the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4098, suffrage restored to Jennifer Miles of Winston County.
I'm happy to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Miss Jennifer Miles of Winston County lost her suffrage rights as a result of her conviction for the crime of grand larceny on October the 21st of 2008 in Winston County, for which she was sentenced to serve 5 years under the supervision of MDOC. She was discharged on December the 5th of 2012. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Clerk, and one second. Any questions?
If no questions, move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Present. Seeing none, it passes. Senator, 73, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 4100, suffrage restored to Clovis Dale McGee of Lee County.
I'm happy to explain the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Clovis Dale McGee of Lee County, Mississippi, lost his suffrage rights as a result of the conviction of the crime of burglary general and sale of controlled substance on June the 27th in 1980 in Lee County. As a result, he was sentenced to serve 10 years in the custody of MDOC. He was paroled on October the 10th of 1983. He violated his probation and therefore the probation was revoked. On June the 10th of 1985, he was sentenced to serve his term. He was then paroled on August the 8th of 1986 and discharged on July the 8th of 1987. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object? Mr. Carter is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 74, Senator.
I'd like to call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4101, suffrage restored to Tony Lavelle Smith of Noxubee County.
I'm happy to explain the bill, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, sir. The suffrage of Mr. Tony Lavelle Smith of Noxubee County was lost as a result of a conviction for the crime of grand larceny on September the 19th of 2006 in Noxubee County, for which he was sentenced to serve 5 years probation under the custody of MDOC. He was then discharged on November the 20th of 2009. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready for a motion.
I would move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 75, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4103, suffrage restored to Mary Smith Brandon of Lowndes County.
I'm happy to explain.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The suffrage of Miss Mary Smith of Brandon of Lowndes County, Mississippi. She was disqualified as an elector on August the 19th of 2003 as a result of her conviction for the crime of false pretense, conspiracy in Lowndes County. She was sentenced to serve 3 years under the supervision of MDOC, and she was discharged on October the 3rd of 2008. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator?
I'd like to get item 76 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4104, suffrage restored to Lawrence Daniels of Lowndes County.
I'm happy to explain the bill.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The suffrage of Mr. Lawrence Daniels of Lowndes County was lost due to conviction for the crime of grand larceny on March 28th of 2002 in Jefferson Davis County. He was sentenced to serve 5 years in custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections. Upon his release to probation, it was then revoked due to a violation. On July the 8th of 2004 in Jefferson Davis County, he was convicted of grand larceny and sentenced to serve 5 years in the custody of MDOC. He was released, earned release supervision on September the 21st of 2007 and was finally discharged on May the 13th of 2008. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none,
my motion will be to adopt by use of the morning roll call.
use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Present? Passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator?
I'd like to go to item 77, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4111, suffrage restored to Leon Coleman of Jackson County.
I'm happy to explain the bill, Mr. President.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The suffrage rights of Mr. Leon Coleman of Jackson County, Mississippi was lost based on a conviction for the crime of possession of stolen property on July the 10th in 2014 in Jackson County. He was sentenced to serve 3 years in the custody of MDOC and 2 years of post-release supervision. He was then paroled in June of 2015 and discharged on November the 10th of 2015. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion will be to adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Barrett, no. Anyone else? Hill, no. No? Chisholm, no. Sparks, no. Anyone else? Boyd, no. Branning, present. McClendon, no. Whaley, no. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Mr.
78.
President. I'd like to get item 78 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4118, suffrage restored to Ivory Moore of Washington County.
I'm happy to explain the bill.
Recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ivory Moore of Washington County lost his suffrage rights as a result of his conviction on February the 8th of 2001 in Washington County for the crime of shoplifting ×2 in Washington County, for which he was sentenced to serve 3 years of intensive supervision under the custody of MDOC. His sentence expired and he was discharged on November the 27th of 2001. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If no questions, I move adoption motion of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Use of the morning roll call. Senator Barrett, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, in the South Gallery, we have with us a stalwart and a pillar of the Brookhaven and Lincoln County community, Mr. Bill Jacobs. Senate, please make Mr. Jacobs welcome.
Now to voting, it's time to education, and we appreciate you serving on that board. Bill, thank you very much for your work. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to do that. Okay, one moment, please, while I check the calendar. Please, everyone, we're getting to the end, so everyone look at the calendar. 1 second. Okay, Senate, we are on bills that we have to get out today. It looks like there's about 7 that are being prepared downstairs. So we're going to adjourn to a time certain so that you don't have to sit here. You can work or get on the phone and get your own personal work done. And we'll adjourn to a time certain, come back and finish those in case any of them have to lay over. The chair requests, most all of these, I think, but one are Senator Hobson's, so it would be good if you left him alone for the next hour and a half till he finishes. Senator McClendon.
I'd like to hold on today's calendar number 66, HB 4057, please.
To the chairman. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 4 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go to item number 14, Senate Bill 2405.
One moment. Motion is to suspend the rules to go to item 14, 2405. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
Request that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2405, alcoholic beverages, provides certain provisions regarding locations for sale of.
My motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson. Okay. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for unanimous consent to correct a error on House Bill or Conference Report 1323. It was the statute of limitations on a vulnerable person. On line 20, the words "when the" were not in the language. So when the, WHEN, I believe we have it up on the screen, would be inserted on line 20. That would be an explanation of the unanimous consent motion.
Scrivener's error, unanimous consent motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Appreciate you. Other matters? One moment.
Hey, David, I'm moving to table the motion.
All right, Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 13 on today's calendar.
Item 13, Senate. Item 13. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1815, appropriation, district attorneys and staff.
Motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no one else needs to come forward, my motion is that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 16 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules for item 16 on today's calendar, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1791, appropriation, wildlife, fisheries and parks, Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Senators, you'll note on your calendar that it shows that it's been recommitted. This has been refiled. We do not have a supplemental calendar before you, but this is the same bill that had been recommitted previously. And I'll go over the changes and I'll give you final action on it. Final action for the Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks bill is $101,461,613. General funds, $17,623,369. Of course, it includes the salary progressions, the health insurance increases, and the PERS increase. Also, we had some salary increases there of $7,138,228, $100,000 for marketing, ads, and promotion. We included $10 million of CapEx funds for improvement to the park. $1.5 million of that's going to be spent doing some renovations to the museum, the Wildlife Museum, to change out an entrance area to be able to get exhibits in and do some other improvements. Also, $8.5 million of park improvement plans. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to yield any questions. Oh, also, two other things. This includes road improvements at J.P. Coleman State Park, $75,000, and improvements at John Kyle State Park for $75,000.
Questions on the bill? Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Seymour is for
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, you said that there are some salary increases.
There are.
In what departments did that go to?
We have got, it did not, the 2% went to across the board. We got 2% salary increases across the board. Looking for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other question? No other questions, Senator?
If no other questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? We're voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
A motion is that we pass items 17 through 22 on the calendar, go to item 23 and have the title read.
Suspend the rules, go to item 23. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3006, Appropriation IHL, General Support.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is final action on IHL, or University's General Support Bill. Includes $18,300,000 of salary increases, $2.595,780 in health insurance, $3,107,956 for the PERS increase. We also restored some salary cuts from last year, $7,232,134. We provided $4 million of operational expenditures out of general funds and $600,000 general funds to the TK Martin Early Intervention Program. We included $12 million of campus renovations and repairs. That is based on a formula that IHL presented to us as to how those repairs should be submitted and expended across the various campuses. We had an EEF, Education Enhancement Fund, expenditure of $4 million as part of their overall increases in IHL. We have $8.5 million of EEF that was going to 2 Delta State projects. One of those is a program to repair some dorms on campus. The other one, many of you may have heard about this, but there was a school, a K-12 school, I think it was an elementary school in the Marigold area that had an explosion at the school that just pretty much destroyed it recently. I think a few people were hurt pretty severely, but we are providing funds to Delta State's campus and to Delta State to be able to allow them to get some improvise their campus, and I'm trying to get that number. I think it was $2.5 million to allow them $2.5 million in partnership with the Cleveland School District to serve pre-K through 6th grade students in Bolivar County. So those are the changes that were made in the bill. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Senator Blunt for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce in the North Gallery my good friend John Turn, been a notable CPA and community volunteer in Jackson for a long time. Please welcome Mr. Turn to the Senate this morning.
Good to have you here, John. Thank you for coming down to watch your Senate in action. All right, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 24 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3012, Appropriation IHL, Mississippi State University Veterinary Medicine College of.
I think I forgot to move to suspend
the rules.
for
All in favor,
consideration.
all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays have it. You go first, ayes.
Now, Mr. Clerk, if he's read the title, if it's with the President's permission, I will proceed.
Please do.
My motion is to adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for the Mississippi State College of Veterinary Medicine is $71,507,266. That includes general fund support of $20,659,580. Again, salary progressions, health insurance, and PERS increases are included. We also added $384,000 of operational expenditures. We did that across the board with our ag units. That was a 3% increase amongst all of those, including all the Mississippi State compartments and the Alcorn State Department. We had a $60,000 expenditure, again, for the Rural Veterinarian Scholarship, the Mac Huddleston Scholarship that was approved earlier, and we included spending funds for $18 million of renovations to the vet school. They've got a program that's about a $50 million overall program at Mississippi State for improvements to the vet school, and we're going to fund, it's going to be in several phases, but we've got $18 million allocated to that project. I will yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. I think you had already done 25, so we're over on 26, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think you said 25 we have already covered.
Yes, sir.
We go to item 26. Again, all of these bills have been filed or refiled today.
Suspend the rules to go to items 26 on the calendar.
That's my motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3015, Appropriation Community and Junior Colleges Board Administrative Expenses.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. This is the Community College Board part of the Community College. We'll have a support bill coming up in just a moment. And out of the administrative expenses, final actions, $126,484,284. General support portion is $6,281,400. This includes the health insurance increases, salary progressions, and PERS increase. We restored an accountant position that had been cut when we went through the base level funding, and that was $80,724. I'm sure Mr. Turner will appreciate that expenditure. There's also an EEF expenditure that was across the board of $26,500,000 for several CTE programs around the state, and I'll list those. Rankin County School District, $1.2 million. Long Beach School District, $500,000. Lowndes County Public School District, $500,000. Greene County School District, $1 million. George County School District, $500,000. Itawamba School District, $800,000. Scott County School District, $1.5 million. Newton County School District, $1.5 million. Ocean Springs School District, $1 million. Grenada County School District, $5 million. Prentice County School District for Prentice County Career and Tech Center, $500,000. Baldwin Separate School District for CTC, $250,000. Prentice County School District for Wheeler High School Career Technical Center, $250,000. And East Central Community College for construction of a workforce development center that is owned by the Lake County Economic Development Lake County Economic Development Foundation in the Lake County Business Park, and that is $12 million. That's those comprise the $26,500,000. I will yield for questions.
Question on the bill? Seeing none?
If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 27 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules for consideration of item 27. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3016, Appropriation Community and Junior Colleges Board Support for Community and Junior Colleges.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
To the conference report, you're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on Community and Junior College Support Bill is $306,548,458. General support portion, $230,162,672. Includes the progressions, health insurance, and PERS. Also, we included $2 million from general funds and $2 million from EEF for operational support for the community colleges. We split that between general funds and operational support, and EEF rather. $6 million for R&R projects, and $5 million for construction and repair renovation projects, and those are included. For R&R projects, we've used a formula for community colleges for many years that we established that bases their funds, their R&R funds, on a formula that includes square footage on campus and enrollment, and I think that's been favorably received for many years. So it breaks it down as what each community college gets for R&R work. But that's an explanation of the bill. Conference report. I'll be happy to yield to questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for
My
your motion.
motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, Senator, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we pass and retain the remaining items on the appropriations calendar.
Pass and retains item 28, 29, and 30. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Look forward to finishing tomorrow. Okay, Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
For a brief moment of personal privilege, may I approach the front?
You're welcome. Personal privilege at the well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm hoping the clerk can put something up on the screen here. And if I could I have Senator Polk and Senator Whaley join me at the front, along with Sarah Ulmer?
That's you, girl.
Even if she doesn't want to come up here. Okay, so what we're doing here, as many of you are aware, Sarah is leaving for greener pastures. She's taking another job, I believe, at Energy. Yeah, come on up here. And so what we decided, Senator Polk and Senator Whaley and I decided, was to do and we couldn't do an official resolution, but we did a proclamation. And so as many of you will recall, at the end of last year's session, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and everybody in here was tired, and I was sitting in the seat behind Senator Polk, and a number of people were tossing our little softballs up towards the press desk. And Sarah had no idea where they were coming from, but most of them were coming from Neil and I in the back. She thought they were coming from Delano's direction, but she was mistaken. But she briefly caught a glimpse of me tossing one up there, and she caught it, and she fired what I would call as an almost perfect strike in my direction, but it fell a little bit too short or low, and it hit Senator Polk basically between the eyes. His reaction was he just fell out. There's a picture of him on the screen where you can see his reaction. And so I came around and I took the picture as Senator Whaley came around and became concerned. So Neil came around and said, "Senator Polk, are you okay?" And then he basically ran away, and he said, "Parker, you got to check on Polk." And so I go over to Senator Polk, and I shake him the first time, and I say, "Are you okay?" And at this time, Sarah has realized there's a problem. So she's making her way up the side here. I shake him again. I say, "Are you okay?"
And on the third shake, I say, "Are you okay?" And after, if you know from CPR, after the third shake, it's time to call 911 and start some action. But on the third shake, Senator Polk said, "Oh, I'm fine." He just popped up. So it had all been a joke by him the entire time. And at the moment she realized that he was okay, Sarah fell against the heater air conditioning over there. And that picture is also in the resolution here. And so what I did with this little resolution is I just immortalized that moment, because if she goes to the next career, it's one of my favorite stories here. I know it's one of Senator Polk's favorite stories, Senator Whaley's favorite stories. And I think sometimes we forget these moments of levity, and we get involved in all the serious things. So I appreciate the indulgence for a few minutes to just present this to her and to offer her congratulations as she goes to her next career. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that.
Payback. So thank you very much. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am? Hold on, we got to click it on just a second. We got it on the screen here. One moment. Just a second. He'll get it running. All right, Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I just wanted to say if I'd have known they were going to do this resolution for her, we could have had a third picture on there, and it would have been Buddy, because when you and I and Senator Parker and Senator Whaley were having stream conferences and fighting in the House to get Buddy's law passed, she could crank out a story in 5 minutes if I needed one.
Yeah. There you go. Freedom of the press. Okay, Senator Boyd.
We have one of our great staff members who is going, this is going to be her last night tonight. And we want to wish her well on her new baby. And we're so excited for her. So let's give her a huge round of applause for what she's done for us.
If y'all only knew how many hours she spent here, pregnant, working on stuff. So, the new baby, I'm going to let her release the name, but he said that he's not waiting for you guys to sine die anymore. And he's definitely not waiting till May the 14th. So, we're excited to have him, and we're looking forward to having you back, honey, and we so appreciate all the work you do. Okay. All right. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting. We have a couple resolutions up on recess.
Okay. We've got one other matter of business, I think, and then we'll be on close to the recess. Let me catch Senator Blackman. Just one moment. Okay, Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for an excused absence for Senator Juan Barnett.
Seeing no objections, granted.
I have an announcement.
Please
This morning, you received on your desk a flyer for a free youth football camp. I wanted to get that to you so you can get it to your athletic directors and your coaches so that y'all can get first, because we're going to cap it at 300 kids. So.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout for that. It's June 8th at St. Andrews.
Thank you, Senator. One moment, Senate. We're getting close. One moment.
Mr. President, at this time I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2753, call that up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read. First, we suspend the rules to go to Bill 2753.
They're already
We don't have to suspend them. All right, we're good then. Okay. It's up on the screen, Senator. Ready to read the title, Mr. Clerk?
Which?
I think you only copy. I think Carl's got the only copy. Here. Here it is, right here. All right, Mr. Clerk, can you read the title, please, sir?
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. And, okay, I'm looking for the short title. Right here. Okay, Senate Bill number 2753, Safer Act, enact.
Mr. President, I would ask that you allow Senator Harkins to explain the bill, the conference report.
Okay. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. It's up on the screen here, Senator. Just a moment. There we go. All right.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate Bill 2753, the Safer Act that we passed in this chamber earlier. The meat of the legislation is still the same. It provides for protections for male, female safe spaces, including restrooms, changing rooms, locker rooms, living spaces. If you start in Section 3, the definitions, it talks about what a changing facility means, what a single-sex educational housing space means. Public education building means any building or facility or space owned, operated, rented, or leased by, or rented or leased to any public school, public university, public community, or junior college, and the institution of higher learning. Describes restrooms, all the other definitions of single-sex or family use changing facilities, which is a single stall restroom or locker room. Single sex or family restrooms, same single stall. It provides protections of restroom privacy in Chapter 4 or Section 4. Section 5 has protections of changing rooms. Section 6 has protection of single sex educational housing spaces, that any student that is required to live on campus shall have the right to live in a single sex educational housing space. Section 7 deals with fraternities and sororities, single-sex housing facilities on public lands, and Section 8 gives the permissible purposes to enter single-sex designated restrooms, changing rooms, single-sex educational housing units. It talks about maybe an instance where an adult has to assist or chaperone a child under the age of 12, a vulnerable person is identified in Section 4347.5, or a person with a disability defined in another section, with such child, vulnerable person, or person with a disability also allowed to enter with a parent or guardian or caregiver the restroom or changing room designated for the sex of their parent, guardian, or caregiver. It gives a reason for law enforcement, for government purpose, including employees, contractors, other governmental entities acting within the scope of their employment. It also, for the purpose of rendering emergency medical assistance, to intervene in an emergency situation, for custodial maintenance. Section 9 deals with the private enforcement. In an earlier version, we had some punitive damages. We took those out, so it does allow for attorney's fees as the court seems appropriate. There's no private action against the public school, state agency, public university, public community college or junior college, or the institutions of higher learning. Section 10 provides for attorney general enforcement. Section 11 defines female and male. Just like our bill that we passed out of here, there's severability clause in Section 12, and Section 13 just takes effect from after its passage. And that is the explanation of the bill.
Okay, questions on the bill. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
Doesn't this conference report have to lay over a day?
No. I was correct, Senator. It's suspended all deadlines under the joint.
Including the deadline that it lay over a day?
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I have a question.
Okay. Senator Harkins, will you yield for a question?
I do.
Senator, you're recognized, Senator Bryan.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm just now seeing this conference report. I'm trying to figure out the implications of what's changed, and it's sort of hard to do that so quickly.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. You are correct.
Other questions on the bill?
If there are no further questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? I'm sorry, Senator? Senator Blunt, when you speak on, object to the procedure. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryant, Butler, Carter, Frazier, Jordan, Ladner, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Thompson. Voting yes or yea, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas.
Okay, we have several. Mr. Clerk, one moment, please. Senator Delano, for what purpose?
To the vote, I'd like to announce the pair.
Please proceed.
Senator Barnett was here. He would vote no, and I'll vote yes.
Barnett, no. Delano, yes. Senator Brumfield. To the vote, Senator.
To the vote, Mr. President.
To the vote.
I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Ladner was here, he would be an aye, and I am a no.
No, Brumfield.
Yes. I got it right this time.
Yeah. That's a pair, Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons.
To the vote, Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Carter was here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Aye, Carter. No. Simmons, D. Senator Thompson, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Norwood was here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
No and aye. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk. Y'all keep Senator Norwood in your prayers. He and his wife are difficulty right now. The bill passes 33 yeas, 8 noes. Okay. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, I would like a point of personal privilege, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to be real brief. So I was just handed a note about the comments when they took up this bill in the House. Chairman Hood, who I do respect and respect in his position, made certain allegations against my character and how things are handled, and specifically mentioned some of the things that I've done. I just want to state, I'm not going to rehash everything. Everything that I do is done on the basis of honor and integrity, and I certainly try to do it. And as has been stated here, we've been here for 4 months. We handle our business. I don't wait to the last minute. I worked with Chairman Horan in the House. I had 2 chairmen. We got our business done. So for Chairman Hood to challenge my integrity is ridiculous. Now, going forward, I have no problem with him, and I will conduct my business like I always do. The comments that were made in the House towards me and how this was handled, I will just leave it at are lies. We can have different interpretations, but I can tell you it is not the truth of what he said. And as far as stating, and this is what I was told, he never lost a congressional race, let me tell you something. Teddy Roosevelt, one of the best Republicans, the man in the arena, the man is the one who's got dirt on his face and is in the arena. So I may have lost a congressional race, but I was there working for the people. And so I hope that Chairman Hood can go home and rest easy, and we'll be back here next year. I have no ill will and no ill feelings, and I appreciate what this Senate body has done, and we've gotten a good bill that could have been done 4 months ago. I'm sorry, 2 months ago. And I look forward to coming back here next year and working with Chairman Hood, Chairman Horan, whoever I have to do. But to throw my character under the bus, that's not either professional, nor is it responsible. And I know we're in a different age of politics, but we all know what Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment was: don't speak ill of another Republican. I don't think that was lived up to this time, but I want to thank this body for being with me and staying with me.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Okay. We have a Rules Committee meeting Senator Kirby has called. Is there any other announcements? Now, Senate will be in session. Senator Polk will tell you that in a moment. We're very hopeful that we will complete our business tomorrow, which will allow us to come in early Saturday morning and then have everyone pack up overnight and be ready to go back to your real life and real work after y'all have been here 4 months working so hard. Senator Younger, for what purpose, sir?
Adjourn in memory, please.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, we all know Taylor McNair and how much she does for Farm Bureau. She lost her grandfather, who was a lifetime farmer of Hinds County, and his name was Talmadge McNair. Please remember him today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Okay, Senator, thank you so much for your hard work, and we appreciate everybody's doing so much. And Brittany, thank you for all the many hours you spent here getting all of our stuff together on so many topics. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until the last conference committee report is filed tonight or 8 p.m., at which time the journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.